Meteorologist Shane Hinton hopping on to here in order to give you an update on your forecast. As you can see, we are tracking a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for portions of Travis and Hays County. This will be impacting areas such as Round Rock, Austin, Buda, and is already impacting areas such as Dripping Springs. I am going to continue to monitor the Facebook Live comments. I know we're streaming across multiple social media platforms this evening, but I will be continuing to monitor the comments on Facebook to try and help answer any questions. Also, let me know in the Facebook comments if you can hear me. I want to make sure you can hear my microphone. And we're going to get started very shortly. Hi there, Lisa. Hi there, Stacy. Lisa's saying she's getting some good rain where she's located. That's good to see. We desperately need this rain, you guys. It's just a shame that it has to be attached to a severe weather threat. You're taking a look at the Doppler radar throughout the past several hours. These stronger storms continuing to develop and grow as they make their way out towards the east. This is all due to that cold front that's going to be moving through the area. Right now, it's currently stalled just outside of the hill country, but we can expect it to kind of pick up its speed as we make our way throughout the overnight hours into early Wednesday morning. Now, through this discussion, make sure you're commenting, letting me know where you're tuning in from. Let me know what you're hearing and seeing. We're going to be talking about the rain. We're going to be talking about the hail potential and the wind potential. I'm seeing all the comments here. Hello, good evening, everyone. Great. I see my sound checks good, so let's go ahead and get started. Okay, so as you can see, we do have that severe thunderstorm warning that is going to be including Travis and Hays County. We have that strong line of storms that's kind of expanding from Burnett all the way down to Dripping Springs and past Blanco, even south of the KVUE viewing area. Let's take a closer look just to see what we're working with here. As you can see, that shaded polygon in yellow, that is the severe thunderstorm warning specifically that we're focusing in on right now. I do want to kind of point out who needs to be on alert specifically as we make our way throughout the next few minutes. So this system is moving east at, hold on just a second, is moving east at 50 miles per hour. So I'm going to show you who needs to be on alert real quick. East at 50 miles per hour. Now the places on your screen is he needs to be alert. Austin, if you're in Austin by 11:21, so the next 13 minutes from this time, the time is currently 11:08, you need to be on alert in Austin. Buda by 11:30, Cedar Creek by 12:10 in the morning, and Bastrop by 12:28. Okay, now these storms have been holding together very well. The temperatures are warm. There's a lot of moisture in the atmosphere, and that cold front is causing significant lift. So we've got all the ingredients for a severe weather night. That's why we are tracking those scattered to widespread showers and strong storms. Now, I know I'm seeing some comments about hail, so let me pull that up quickly. Just around the Dripping Springs area, I am seeing a small hail core. Let's take a look at that. Only about 6/10 of an inch for that hail core that is near Dripping Springs. Now let's talk about near Briarcliff. That's about 3/10 of an inch. And then just to the southeast of Burnett, about 6/10 of an inch as well. So we're not seeing particularly large hail with these storms, which is great news. We're seeing large hail reports throughout many portions of Texas earlier this evening. Thankfully, that hasn't been the case so much for us just yet. Could see some nickel to quarter-size hail in some of these storms. I've been seeing reports from the National Weather Service in regards to that. So once again, let me see if I can scroll through the comments. It's a little bit difficult to get through these comments, so I apologize, you guys. So on your screen right now, you can see the radar and satellite, that blue and red that's kind of merging together, that line. That is a stationary front. That is the cold front that's kind of being the catalyst for some of these storms, or will continue to be a catalyst as it makes its way through the area. Stalled right now, but it will continue to move out toward the south, I can assure you. Wendy saying it is windy in Kyle. No rain or thunder or lightning just yet. Well, I can assure you it is coming your way, Wendy. Wendy saying it's windy. That's a tongue twister. Wade saying it felt like a hurricane in Johnson City about 10 minutes ago. The winds are still strong. Now, it's funny you mentioned that, Wade, because some of these storms have had 70 to 80 mile per hour gusts. And keep in mind, that's a low-end Category 1 hurricane, basically. So that makes sense. That adds up. Colleen saying Liberty Hill had some hail tonight. Wind is now just starting to get strong in the Oak Hill area, says Kristen. Okay, so once again, let's take a look at the severe weather outlook for this evening. A majority of the KVUE viewing area under that level 3 out of 5 risk, the area shaded in orange. The rest of us in that level 2 out of 5 or slight risk. Main concerns tonight, damaging winds. We've already been discussing how strong some of those winds have been in those storms. We're talking 70-mile-plus-per-hour gusts. Okay, so definitely some serious business here with these storms. If you are along or really predominantly east of I-35 and you have any loose flying debris in your yard, if it's safe to do so, if you're not seeing lightning or hearing thunder, you might want to run outside, tie it down, move it in the garage, anything that you can do, because you're not going to want any flying material going around there. If you have your dumpsters kind of or your trash cans pulled out to the road, you're going to want to make sure you pull them down and tether them down for this evening, because those storms and those winds are coming your way. Locally heavy rainfall. I've been seeing some decent rainfall amounts, but I have not seen any flooding concerns too much. I think we briefly had one closer to Mason County or Gillespie County a little bit earlier this evening, but that has since been expired, and we're not tracking any aerial flood advisories or anything of that nature currently at this time. I've had a few people ask me about tornadic activity tonight. It's going to be fair game. It is possible, but it is on the low end threat, okay? Let's go ahead and take a look at that actually. Before I do so, I'm giving you a look at the updated severe thunderstorm watch. It's in effect for a majority of the KVUE viewing area except for Fayette County and Mason County until 3 o'clock this morning. Now, I want to go back and I want to show you that Doppler radar so we can take a look at the velocity together, because I know we've had many people that have reached out very concerned about the tornadic possibility for tonight. And I want to take a look at that with you right now so we can kind of break it down. I'm not seeing too many converging and diverging winds. So on your screen right now, you're looking at Doppler winds. When we're taking a look at that, hold on just a second. We're taking a look at this. You're seeing those shades of red and those shades of green. Your green are going to be your inbound winds, winds coming at you. Red is going to be your outbound winds, winds going away from the radar. We look for tornadic activity where we see a small little swivel in between the two, or kind of a convergence between the two, a little warp. I'm not seeing any of those right now on the radar, which is good news. However, take a look at this. As we zoom in a little bit closer to portions of Hays and Blanco County, you see those lighter shades, those blues, almost like a light green into a blue? Those are very strong winds, and that's what's located behind those storms and associated with those storms. So that's why you're seeing such strong winds right now. Those thunderstorms are really packing a punch. So it looks like the main concern that we're monitoring with these storms at the moment is damaging winds, which is what the National Weather Service was concerned about for this evening. Let's take a look at the timeline, you guys. Let's take a look. This is the latest high-resolution forecast model run. It updates every 15 minutes, so that's why we're trying to show it to you as much as possible, okay? Because the more it runs and updates, the closer it tries to get a feel for what's going on. I will say this has done a pretty decent job this day. Really, all day today into tonight. Yesterday evening, it started to pick up on the fact that we weren't getting any rain around 8 or 9 o'clock at night. Now it's still holding it together. It has those strong storms continuing to push out towards the east between 1 and 2 o'clock in the morning for all my coastal plain friends and family members out there. Notice that we will have those storms continuing to push east overnight, early Wednesday morning. Thankfully, it looks like it's clearing up by around 6, 7, maybe a few lingering showers. Nothing to be concerned of. I think that severe threat will be long gone by then. And then, in fact, we're expecting a fairly pleasant Wednesday afternoon with drier air, cooler temperatures, and actually we might get a decent amount of sunshine for the back half of tomorrow afternoon. Some great news for you there. Let's take a look at your 7-day forecast. I'm only going to show you this briefly. It's on our website at kvue.com if you want a detailed look at this. Lots of sunshine, warmth and heat returns just in time for the end of the work week into Memorial Day weekend. I'm not currently tracking a severe weather threat for Memorial Day weekend. That's the nitty-gritty of the 7-day forecast. That's really all you need to know at this point in regards to what we're tracking there. So let's go back to the radar, show you what the latest is looking like. I'm also going to try and hop over here into the comments specifically on Facebook in order to answer any question Roxy asking about the warning. Right now, so these storms are moving at a pretty quick clip, so that's why they're kind of keeping that warning in effect. Let's take a look at here. So just to be fully transparent with you, I have a chat with the National Weather Service pulled up on this screen. I've got this live stream going, and I've got the radar going. So if you see me looking at the various screens, it's because I'm trying to juggle all three right now. The conversation between us and the National Weather Service is crucial for information that's about to be issued or will be issued. So now answering that question in regards to that severe thunderstorm warning that's including the Austin area. Doppler radar still picking up on those strong thunderstorms. Movement is now east at 40 miles per hour, so it's slowed down just a little bit, and that is why they are extending it until around midnight. Let's see here. Wind gusts of 50 to 55 miles per hour are now located within that storm. And nickel-size hail is a possibility, okay? That is going to include areas such as Round Rock, Georgetown, Taylor, Burnett, Granger, Jarrell, Florence, Liberty Hill, Watson, Shady Grove. All of you in those locations need to be on alert, okay? Colleen's saying it's just started again in Liberty Hill about 5 minutes ago. Wind threat for Kyle. Eric, the wind threat is going to be kind of equal across the board, if you will, okay? Those 70-mile-per-hour gusts embedded in those storms, it's going to be fair game for everyone that falls within that level 3 out of 5 risk. And right now, that's basically 95% of the viewing area, and that does include Kyle. Okay, Regina's saying she spotted 2 inches of rain in her gauge right now. Thank you so much for that report, Regina. That really is helpful information. So thank you so much, and let us know how much you end up with by the end of the night or by tomorrow morning. We'd really appreciate that. Mando asking about any tornadoes. We are not tracking any tornadoes. We just took a look at the velocity winds on the Doppler radar, and they were not showing any convergence, any areas of concern right now. We are tracking strong winds, but they are straight line winds. They're still pretty damaging though, because I know someone in the comments earlier was talking about how it sounded and looked like there was a hurricane outside. And when you think 70 to 80 mile per hour gusts, you know, that's a hurricane practically, a Category 1 hurricane on the lower end one. Those are typically with sustained winds and not max gusts, but you kind of get the picture here. Emily saying it's really windy in Allendale. Michelle saying the wind just picked up big time in South Austin. Let's take a closer look at this one. Stretching from Georgetown. So if you're in Georgetown, Leander, conditions are about to deteriorate very quickly in Leander. Georgetown, Round Rock, get ready. Those strong storms are knocking on your back door. They're about to be there in just a few minutes. Austin, you're starting to hear heavy rainfall. I'm expecting to start hearing heavy rainfall over the studio any minute now. So you can see Camp Mabry starting to see some of those heavier downpours. Between Bee Cave and Lost Creek, you see that little white blip on the radar. That indicates very high feedback or reflectivity on the radar, which could either be very heavy downpours or possibly hail. We can take a quick look at that right now, and it appears to be hail in this situation. In fact, I'm seeing maybe the possibility of a bit of hail out at Camp Mabry. Keep in mind, this isn't verified. This is just what the Doppler's picking up on. Out at Camp Mabry, it's reading back hail size about 4/10 of an inch. As you make your way between Bee Cave and Lost Creek, a little bit larger, just shy of an inch, about 8/10 of an inch hail out in between Bee Cave and Lost Creek. Leslie, I see you asking about Jarrell. Jarrell also needs to be on alert. I don't have any active warnings for Jarrell right now, but I have seen a few storms that are in that area. And as I say that, if I pause for a little bit, it's because I'm starting to hear the rain that has just reached the KVUE studios right now. Excuse me. Yeah, that stronger rain is now starting to move over our neighborhoods. Beth saying wind just hit Kyle. Hail definitely in Liberty Hill. I'm going to say I'm hearing hail right now in the studio. I've been here for long enough where I think I can tell the difference on our roof between hail and rain, and it sounds like pretty small hail is what I'm hearing right now above our studios. Amy saying strong wind gusting in San Marcos. So also San Marcos stretching all the way down towards San Antonio. We're seeing a severe thunderstorm warning for them as well. So if you have loved ones, make sure they're staying weather aware. The good news is, once again, I'm not seeing any rotation on the radar as of now. I'm just seeing very strong winds, and I'm seeing that potential for hail. I'm saying a little prayer for my car right now, you guys, if I'm being honest. Got my car, our parking lot in the KVUE studio is not covered. So I'm saying a little prayer for myself with my car. So I'm seeing, yeah, some hail around the domain area, just to the south of it. Like I said, closer to the KVUE studio. Small, 3/10 inch, 4/10, 3/10 near Camp Mabry. Okay. Let me hop back on over to the comments here. Robin saying it's raining in Buda. Yep, so conditions are going to be picking up for Buda. They're going to be picking up for San Marcos over the next couple of minutes. And it looks like they'll be continuing for a little while. So just be prepared for that. Georgetown, Round Rock, you've got that little bow kind of in the line of storms there. Be ready for conditions to deteriorate where you're located in the next little bit. So for all my friends out there that are east of I-35, unless you're in eastern Williamson County and eastern portions and western portions, excuse me, of Milam County, you're not seeing a lot of anything. You might notice that the winds have been picking up a little bit from the south. That's because we're still getting that difference in pressure between the cold front that's moving in and then that southerly flow that we're seeing from the Gulf of Mexico. Right now, it's quiet in regards to rainfall. Maybe you see a bit of lightning out in the distance all the way from the I-35 corridor, but you're not really tracking anything in your neck of the woods. Excuse me. That will come your way. Have no fear. We are still expecting more rain, more storms pushing out towards the east. It looks like, I mean, basically everyone is getting some kind of rainfall tonight. I think that's pretty much a done deal at this point. So once again, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull up the high resolution forecast models to keep everyone in the loop of what we can expect. These storms continue to grow and push out towards the east. This is a look at 2 o'clock in the morning, then making your way toward 3:30. Then the heaviest stuff gets out of here by about 5, 6 a.m. We're dealing with a little bit of residual light rain, maybe some drizzle, and then clearing up as we head into the afternoon. Okay, you guys, that's some good news. We have the storms that are quickly going to clear up. We just have to hunker down for the evening. Once again, I know I sound like a broken record when I'm talking about having ways to get weather alerts. You just want to make sure if you're going to bed, oh, hold on now. We'll go ahead and talk about this real quickly. They have gone ahead and issued a severe thunderstorm warning. It appears for a very large severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be for Bastrop, Hayes, Travis, and Williamson counties, affecting areas such as Austin, Cedar Park, Georgetown, and Round Rock. That is going to be in effect until 12:30. The current time is 11:24 p.m. on your Tuesday evening. Okay, you guys? So you all need to hunker down, I should say. The reason being, these storms are moving very quickly, around 50 miles per hour to the east. I'm also taking a look at some of our web cameras that are lighting up. Quite a bit of lightning out there this evening. If you see lightning, if you hear thunder, you need to head indoors. If you are outside for any reason, maybe you're someone who, just enjoys the sound of the rain. Enjoy the sound of the rain from inside your home. Listen to it on the roof. Crack open the window, but go indoors, okay? We want you to be safe this evening. We want to make sure everyone is staying safe this evening. So that's the latest. We have that severe thunderstorm warning in effect. If you are going to bed now, if you're not staying up to hear any more updates, just make sure you have some way to get those weather alerts. Make sure that you either turn the television up, turn the audio up a little bit before you go to bed, turn the volume up on your phone, and download the KVUE News app. It's absolutely free, and if you enable your location services, it'll alert you if there is a warning in your area. You turn up that volume so you can hear the alert go off. If you're someone who's maybe owns a weather radio and you haven't plugged it in or you haven't put the batteries in for a while, go ahead and turn that on. Let me tell you, those things are loud and obnoxious and they will wake you from the deepest sleep. Okay, so go ahead and use that as well if you need to. Just make sure you are staying weather aware. We're going to continue to hold down things here in the Weather Center. I'm going to make sure to hop on air every 30 minutes or so unless conditions get even worse. So I'm about to hop on the air for a brief little cut-in and an update to your forecast. I'll also be providing updates online as well. Please feel free to follow me on my Facebook page. It is Shane Hinton. If you type it in the bar, Shane Hinton, it's going to be a page, my meteorologist page. Just like it and follow it. I'll be posting directly to there. Also, I am posting updates to my Twitter account, which is @MakeItRainShane. Okay, we're going to get through this evening together. I'm going to stay with you minute by minute, hour by hour, and I'll provide you with the latest updates as soon as I get them. Okay, but for now, I'm going to start getting things ready for our cut-in on ABC on KVUE, and then I'll be continuing to provide updates on my social media platforms and also updating our website at kvue.com as well. Everyone stay safe, stay smart, most importantly, stay kind. We'll see you all in just a little bit. Have a great evening and stay safe, you guys. Okay, good evening, everyone. This is meteorologist Shane Hinton back here with you on the social media streams. I hope everyone's still doing well and hanging in there. I am continuing to monitor the Facebook Live comments. So this is, as I mentioned, streaming across multiple platforms, and I am going to be monitoring specifically the Facebook comments just because that's the easiest for me right now. But keep in mind that we will continue this stream going through the evening as these strong storms continue to push through the area. I'll also be hopping on to KVUE every about half an hour or so to provide an update on our channel. Now, I am monitoring the comments, still seeing plenty of people saying that they are without power. In fact, I was checking online, seeing that Austin Energy has reported thousands plural of people without power this evening. And I just think that's probably due to those strong winds. Wouldn't be surprised. We were seeing reports from 70 to 80 mile per hour gusts within some of the storms earlier this evening. You're currently taking a look at the Doppler radar. As you can see, the main line of strong storms is now east of I-35, or at least for a majority of I-35, I should say. If you're from Buda to San Marcos, you're still dealing with some of those stronger storms. If you are stretching from Cameron all the way down to Bastrop and Luling is probably quiet for you, or quiet-ish for you right now. Conditions are going to pick up in regards to that storm coverage very quickly. So just make sure you're hunkered down and you're aware of those changes coming your way. Linda, I see you're saying where you lost your power. That's where some of the strongest storms are currently located. Let me know in the comments what you're seeing, what you're hearing. Your reports really help us to tell the weather story. So it's nice to see what you're all hearing and seeing out there. And if you're able to safely take any pictures or video, please feel free to do so and send it our way. That's also very helpful for us whenever we're providing coverage on the aftermath of storms like this. Chip, you're asking about the warning. Is it set to expire at 12:30 or is it going to be extended? So let me pull up that warning for you currently so I can show everyone what you're asking about. We have two separate severe thunderstorm warnings. We have the one that is still including portions of Travis County. It is still set to expire at 12:30. That is for portions of Bastrop, Hayes, Travis, and Williamson counties. I do see the Williamson County, Travis County, let's see, the portion of Hayes County, Bastrop County. I think that one might what I think is going to happen with the Bastrop one, this is just me speculating here, is I foresee that one getting shifted. So maybe the eastern half of the Bastrop County one will most likely be dropped at 12:30, and I foresee them extending the western half of Bastrop County a little bit further, just due to the fact that those strong storms are still pushing through. That's just my assumption at this point. But yes, I foresee the I-35 corridor being dropped out of that severe thunderstorm warning by 12:30 as initially expected. Now, let's also take a look at that other severe thunderstorm warning. That is that long one that stretches down to the south outside the KVUE viewing area. That is for the KVUE viewing area. That's including Hayes County. That is in effect until 12:45. I foresee Hayes being dropped from this by 12:45 for sure, just based off the speed of these storms moving very quickly out towards the east. So Chip, hopefully that helps answer your question. Krista saying she's seeing a strong storm in McDade. Okay, thank you, Shelly, for your report saying that you're still hearing some rumblings. I think that's going to be the case probably for the next couple of hours, because even outside of, let me show you this, even behind the storms, the main line of storms, I should say, we're still tracking some lightning. In fact, let's take a look at the Burnett area. You see a few isolated bolts of lightning, which will come along with a few rumbles of thunder. Now, the reason for this is we're still seeing elevated dew points behind the front, and that's because we haven't had any of that drier air. It hasn't really migrated into the area just yet. Surface thunderstorms are looking for dew points 55 degrees or higher, and the last time I checked, we were dealing with upper 50s for our dew points in the hill country. So that's why we're still seeing just a few residual thunderstorms, but they're nowhere near as strong. We're not seeing the strong winds associated with it. Speaking of winds, let's take a look at the velocity with our winds here. Now let me see. That's the winds I want. So once again, when we're showing you this, we are showing it to you because this is, I was getting questions a little bit earlier this evening about tornado possibilities. And I think the good news here is that we're not seeing any kind of like spiral or twisting between the red and the green. These are indicating inbound and outbound winds. So winds coming towards you and winds going toward the radar, winds going away from the radar. When we see them converging a little bit, that's where we have that potential rotation, and that's where we monitor closely whenever we have a potential for tornadoes. Now the good news is tonight it's been pretty straightforward. We're dealing with a lot of straight line winds, which can still be pretty powerful and can still be damaging. We're still tracking pretty breezy conditions behind those storms as they continue to push out towards the east. But the good news is it looks like the tornado threat remains on the lower end. Now I want to pull back up here just quickly because it does appear that we have a new severe thunderstorm warning. We do. This is going to include a couple of areas. Let me freeze that for you. And let me pull it up a little further. Sorry, you guys, we have this auto warn that kind of picks up on different ones. So this is going to go outside of the viewing area. Yeah, so the new severe thunderstorm warning that's been issued is moving outside of the viewing area. So I won't spend too much time on that. Just keep in mind if you got anybody, any friends or family members that are out there in Cameron, that are moving out toward Bryan, keep them on alert, keep them weather aware because they could have some strong storms heading their way. Let's also continue to check in on the hail situation. Let's take a look at that quickly. I'm not seeing as much hail. That's great news. So that means that these storms are losing a little bit of their oomph, if you will, their kind of strength behind them. Let's zoom in a little bit further to the north. We're talking around Lexington and Tanglewood. Taking a look at this right here. Seeing hail about 0.6 of an inch, so it's still decent. It's on the smaller side for hail. Still underneath that severe criteria, it appears. So that is some good news. Let me get back here. Okay. Hold on, guys. Sorry, I'm scrolling through the comments trying to make sure I keep up with everyone. Just a sec. Seeing a question, and I want to make sure I I'm being asked about the airport near the airport in Del Valle. Zoom in a little further. Excuse me, guys. So right now I'm seeing around the airport, the storms are starting to wind down. You're still probably hearing a few rumbles of thunder and seeing quite a bit of lightning, but the good news is that is moving away from you, and it'll continue to do so. Maybe, like I said, in the Burnett situation, for example, we're still having storms with some lightning and thunder attached to it. That's going to be that's nothing concerning. I think it's some good news that we're still seeing some rain, some moderate rain even in Burnett County right now, because once again, those drought-like conditions, we would gladly love to see some of that rain. Efren said he was expecting it to be a lot worse. He's down at San Marcos. So San Marcos was kind of really on the cusp of that level 3 risk. It was mostly under level 2, that slight risk, but still saw numerous severe thunderstorm warnings from this event. So I think this was definitely appropriately called by the Storm Prediction Center in regards to that level 3 risk, especially when you consider all the people that are so far going without power tonight. And also with some of these wind reports, it will be very interesting to see some of the wind reports for tomorrow. Now also kind of zooming in a little bit further here, I'm still seeing lightning bolts along the I-35 corridor, which means you're still hearing thunder. I still hear it above us in the weather center right now. We're going to continue to be tracking, like I said, this lightning throughout the next several hours. John asking about any tornado threats in Round Rock. I am not seeing any concerns with tornado threats really anywhere along and west of I-35 for sure at this point. I think you are safe to go to sleep, John, if you are in Round Rock. I mean, naturally, you'd still want to keep your phone on for any weather alerts in case anything does resurge for any reason. But I think the tornado threat is certainly winding down for areas along and west of I-35. Still hold on to the potential for a spin-up tornado along this line of storms that's moving into the coastal plains, but we just took a look at those Doppler winds, and I was not overly impressed with the signature that we're seeing out there. Abby saying it just got quiet in San Marcos. Heavy thunder in Round Rock. Oh, Emily, it's shaking your house. That is some crazy thunder, isn't it? Fernando, I'm not seeing any hail currently in North Austin. I do believe we had some hail move through North Austin a little bit earlier because I feel like I heard it above the KVUE studio and I saw it on the radar. It looked like there was some potential hail. Okay, Margaret, you're getting to go to work soon. What area do you work in? So I can kind of give you a detailed look of what the forecast is going to be, look where you're driving to. Let me know in the comments, and I'll try to answer that for you and kind of help you figure out your work commute. And also, you guys, I want to let you know, I'm going to continue this social media stream, but I am going to take a couple of minutes to hop on to KVUE for those that are watching updates on air. I'm going to be jumping on in under 3 minutes. So if for some reason I go quiet, it's because I'm going to be giving the update on air for just maybe 2 minutes or so, and then I will be jumping back up on this social media stream to continue to follow your questions and show you the radar and track the storms with you, okay? So if I go silent for a couple of minutes, that's where I've gone. I don't want you to think I'm abandoning you. I promise I'm going to come back and help address any of your questions. Okay, Margaret, you say you work at the airport? Okay, that's great. So I'm not sure where you're driving in from to get to the airport, but if you are once again along and east of, or excuse me, I keep on messing that up, along and west of I-35, I think your commute should be okay. Now, something you need to be mindful of is I haven't seen too many reports in regards to a flooding concern, but keep in mind those roadways are going to be slick, and also we could still be dealing with some strong winds out there. So I want to make sure you take it a little bit easy on the roads, maybe factor in a little bit more time to get to the airport, okay? But definitely please drive safe out there. And have a great day and great shift at work, okay? Jessica saying it's much calmer in Buda now, just getting some good rain coming down. And I'm seeing several more questions, which I promise I'm going to try and answer whenever I hop back up on the stream, you guys, okay? I'm going to be hopping on air in the next minute. And it does look like we have a new, so kind of going back to our discussion a little bit earlier about that thunderstorm warning. It has now been expanded until 1:30 a.m. for Bastrop, Caldwell, Fayette, and Lee. No surprise here, you guys. We kind of discussed this. I foresee that definitely makes sense. Okay, you guys, continue to tell me what you're seeing and what you're hearing out there. I'm going to hop back up on the comments in just a couple of moments, but for now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull the screen up. You're going to see what I'm talking about, and then I will be back in just a couple of minutes. Okay, I'll be right back.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Good evening, everyone. This is meteorologist Shane Hinton providing updates on those strong storms we're still monitoring through central Texas right now. You're taking a look at the Doppler radar. The good news is I do see the strongest storms already leaving the I-35 corridor, but keep in mind I am also still monitoring some bolts of lightning, rumbles of thunder behind the storms. So that doesn't mean even though the strongest storms are out there that you don't need to be weather aware. We're still dealing with some residual showers behind the main cold front, tracking quite a bit of lightning and activity from Cameron past Giddings and Bastrop all the way down from past Luling even, this long line of storms. Let's start by taking a look at some of the severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for the next 15 minutes. Hayes County, or at least portions of Hayes County, are going to need to be on alert as they are still monitoring those severe thunderstorms. As we make our way a little bit further to the north, we are monitoring that new severe thunderstorm warning. It's kind of an update from the last one as it continues to shift out towards the east. This one includes Bastrop, Caldwell, Fayette, and Lee counties until 1:30 in the morning. So just a little bit less than an hour is how long that warning will be in effect. As we take a look at the updated surface map, you can see that cold front still lingering along the I-35 corridor as those strong storms get lifted by the cold front. That's why they are currently located there. We are continuing to monitor. Oh, some good news for us. Looks like as we make our way into tomorrow, our now concern for the day one outlook. This is brand new from the Severe Weather Outlook, our Storm Prediction Center, I should say. As we now make our way into tomorrow, looks like we won't be tracking a severe weather threat. But as we take a look for the rest of the night into tomorrow morning, notice a severe thunderstorm watch in effect for a majority of the KVUE viewing area except Mason, Llano, and Gillespie counties. That's going to be until 3 o'clock in the morning. High resolution forecast models continue to push it out towards the east and the coastal plains. By around 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning, we could still be dealing with a few isolated thunderstorms, but I do expect them to quickly push out towards the east throughout the duration of the morning and then quickly clearing up for your Wednesday afternoon. Once again, your look at your 7-day forecast shows sunshine returning for the back half of your work week into Memorial Day weekend, and I'm not concerned with any other severe weather threats for the back half of the extended forecast. We'll continue to monitor these storms and provide updates on air and online. Till then, have a safe evening, and we'll return you back to your regularly scheduled programming.
Another 30 cutting correct?
Yes, we can do another cut in at 1 o'clock, and I'm back on the stream now. Just to give you a heads up. Okay, everyone, I am back. Hello. Sorry for the delay there. You had to hear me doing a cut in there. So let's provide some updates for everyone. Let's also take a look at some other things for us this evening, okay? We have the time. So let's talk about the dew points, kind of like the fuel that we're having behind these storms, showing you something a little bit different here. We're starting to see those values out in the hill country. You see those shades of like yellow and limeish green. That's going to be your drier air that's going to start moving in behind the front. It hasn't fully gotten here yet, though. Anything north of 55-degree dew points is what we're going to see as adding fuel to these storms. Anything less than that is going to be on the drier side and doesn't necessarily help oomph up these storms at all. As you can see, east of I-35, we still have quite a bit of moisture in the air, which is why those storms are still continuing to hold together. As we take a look at your current winds and gusts, it is worth noting that these are little like sites that are receiving this information. These are not all the winds and gusts throughout central Texas. It's just at some of the sites that we can pull info from. So we were seeing reports of strong storms that were getting 60, 70 mile per hour winds, even close to 80 mile per hour winds earlier this evening. So if you're still out in the coastal plains, be on alert that those storms are still going to be on the stronger side. We're seeing gusts along the I-35 corridor anywhere from 24 to 26 miles per hour. But look at this, down in San Antonio, they're currently recording 51 mile per hour gusts with 26 mile per hour sustained winds. Let's go ahead and pull that Doppler radar back up again for you. You can see now those storms really pushing out past the I-35 corridor. But notice also those bands of yellow stretching from Burnett down to Blanco. Let me freeze the radar there for you. Stretching from Burnett down to Blanco. That's going to be some moderate rain that could once again enter back into the I-35 corridor. So if you hear the rain pick up a little bit outside of your apartment or your home, don't be caught off guard. I don't foresee any of this being as strong and severe as what we just experienced pushing through that area. But if you have loved ones, once again, out east, going to want to make sure that you are staying weather aware and keeping up to date with them, making sure they have any alerts. As I mentioned, we're not seeing any tornado threat right now. The winds pretty straight line at this point, which is great news for this evening. Okay, I'm hopping back over here to the Facebook comments. Paxton saying it's still crazy out in Milam County. Yep, I am seeing what you're seeing. Got 4 inches last Saturday, Sunday. Okay, I'm seeing questions about, excuse me, you guys, rainfall totals. Let's take a look at radar estimated. So this is based off of what the Doppler is feeding back on, what it thinks has fallen to the ground. Not confirmed, not official, but it gives us a rough estimate, if you will. As you can see, it looks like everywhere the storms have passed through have received rain. That's great news. Obviously, we're not seeing like astounding values out there in the hill country, but let's take a look at just some of them. Do like the little query tool here. So over 3 inches in Burnett, that'd be great news. Just shy of 3 out in Llano, just shy of 3 in Gillespie County 2, 1.6. Let's take a look at Mason. Under an inch. That's a pity. That's a shame. Let's see. I'm picking up on some of the highest ones just because I'm curious. Almost 2.5 inches near Blanco. Around the Buda area, about 1.5 inches. Around just north of Georgetown, we're talking 2.5. Closer to Austin, a little over 1 inch. I mean, these are healthy rainfall totals, and like I said, we'll take anything we can get. Obviously, we would love more. This does fall in line with that, that 1/2 inch to 3 inches update that the National Weather Service gave us earlier this morning. So that is very on line with what we could expect. Devin saying, looks like the main line is moving out now. You are correct. And while I've got it here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to post these rainfall totals to social media platforms. So just hang with me here while I post them. I'm also trying to keep people updated, not only through these social streams, but also on our digital platforms. Okay, let me fill you in on some storm reports that we're seeing from the National Weather Service real quickly. So let's see what we're seeing here. I'm thinking a lot of them I'm seeing are from outside of the viewing area. I'm seeing reports of 3-inch tree limbs broken. That's out in Bexar County and the Hill Country Villa, 1 mile northeast of Hill Country Villa. Now, we should be thankful we're not getting some of the hail reports that are far in western Texas, close to the border between Texas and Mexico. We're seeing reports earlier this evening of baseball-sized hail. So we're very thankful we didn't see any of that here in central Texas. Our hail has been a lot smaller, more reasonable. Abby saying things are still crazy in Georgetown. Missy saying wind has slowed down in Lexington. Thank you for those reports, you guys. We do appreciate them. As you can see, this line of storms quickly moving through. I'd say based off of comparing this to the high resolution forecast models, I'd say it's moving maybe about an hour ahead of schedule, which is pretty decent for a forecast model run. So that's some good news. We like whenever they're kind of in agreement and they make up their mind well. Last night, obviously, that wasn't the case. Those storms just didn't populate. We had a lot of bummed people. I was one of them. But tonight, it looks like the forecast, the models verified a little bit more with what we were expecting. So once again, give you an updated look at that severe thunderstorm watch. Let's see if there are any other updates. No, we still have Mason, Llano, and Gillespie County dropped from that. Everywhere else until 3 o'clock in the morning. Let's also show you a few web cameras out there. Downtown Austin. Let's take you to Lake Travis. Looking significantly quieter than what we were tracking. Our tower cam, this one's been lighting up quite a bit tonight. I'll leave it on that one for a little bit. Wendy asking, is it safe to go to bed in Southeast Austin? I would say yes, based off of what I'm seeing. I think you're safe to go to bed. The main folks that need to be on alert at this point are going to be east of I-35. Megan saying Leander still getting some major rumbles. Yeah, I think it's going to be fair game for us to still be hearing a few rumbles of thunder even behind the main line of storms. If I pull back up the radar, we can see areas there. As you can see, it's kind of hard. The lightning bolts are really small in here, but I'm seeing bolts of lightning between Burnett and Liberty Hill. I'm seeing them near the Gerald area as you make your way between Marble Falls and Leander, around Lago Vista, even closer to the Domain area, a few rumbles of thunder, just west of the Domain, I should say. Near Buda, I'm seeing lightning. So yeah, there's still going to be some residual lightning and rumbles of thunder that come along with it. So it won't be necessarily a quiet sleep if you're behind the storms, and it's certainly not a quiet sleep if you are in the coastal plains. Regina, I don't currently see any active warnings for Williamson County. That thunderstorm warning was canceled. Okay, so there is no warning for Williamson County currently. Jocelyn, you're asking, is it safe to go to bed in San Marcos? I'd say yes. You're about to get dropped, so let me zoom in on that for you. Currently, you're right on the edge, the back edge of the severe thunderstorm warning, but I see the bulk of it has already moved past you. So I'd say yes, you're good to go in San Marcos. Susie saying it's pouring in Luling. Yep, I see it out there. You're kind of in the thick of it. No worry, Regina. Scott asking about Manor. I'm pretty sure you're good to go in Manor. Hold on just a sec. Checking the National Weather Service chat real quickly. Also, let's take a look at some of the storm reports together. Well, I've got you all here. So yes, Manor, to answer the question, sorry, yes, Manor, you should be good to go. Let's take a look at some of the ones. We'll start in Travis County or near Travis County. So we did see several hail reports. Let's see, 0.8 of an inch, 1/2 inch. report 1-inch tree limbs broken in northern Travis County. Let's see, near the Buda area. 1-inch tree limbs broken once again. So yeah, most of this is going to be wind damage that I'm seeing reported tonight. Small limb snap, let's see, this is near the Burnett area. Small limb snapped, 52 mile per hour wind gust was measured at Burnett Municipal Airport. Wow. So there's some strong winds here, you guys. So let's head on out to Llano. This is saying wind speed, but it's not giving us the wind speed that was measured out of the airport. And then obviously we don't have too many reports from where the storms are located yet because they're still moving through. Tiffany, lots of lightning and thunder. I'm 10 miles from Giddings. I would hold a, Lacey, I'm seeing your question in regards to Lincoln out by Giddings. Still, you're right now in the bulk of the strong storms out there. I would still stay up for a little bit longer just to make sure with those storms. I mean, at this point, you know, you're dealing with the thick of it. Let's kind of zoom in a little bit further for you. I mean, I think this warning will be expired, by the way, in, let's see, that's going to be till 1:30. So you still got another 43 minutes or so. Lincoln, I'd still be on alert for the next little bit before going to bed. But after that warning expires, I think you'll be in the clear. Getting questions about hail potential again. So let's pull back up the hail tracker and see what we're monitoring. A common trend I've been noticing is that we're just not seeing as impressive hail signatures as it has moved east of I-35. I know we had several hail reports along the Interstate 35 corridor. Now the only area I'm seeing with any kind of hail signature is just north of Caldwell, and it's not impressive. We're talking 2/10, 3/10 of an inch. Still hail, but it's not large hail, okay? So that's in all of the storms. That was the only hail signature I was seeing. So in regards to who can expect storm for the rest of the night, the main line of storms pushing out towards the east right now. Yes, we could still have residual storms behind it. In fact, I am seeing lightning all over the viewing area. Williamson County, Travis County, there's still lightning with thunder attached to it for a majority of the KVUE viewing area right now. But in regards to the severe threat, the severe weather threat, I see that wrapping up as we go throughout the next couple of hours. Let's take a look at the updated high resolution forecast model runs. I think it's not picking back up now. So it's having it out of here by 5 a.m. I foresee it, based off of the current trends, I foresee it being out of here by then. At least the strong stuff. I see the strong stuff being out of here, I mean, honestly, within the next 2 to 3 hours for our eastern counties. Giving you an updated look at some of those winds. Once again, this is not everything. Winds have certainly picked up out there in Lee and Fayette counties. I'm seeing 40 to 41 mile per hour gusts. Areas such as LaGrange and Giddings, 24 to 26 mile per hour gusts are still in the I-35 corridor, but winds are on the calmer side for the hill country. Could still get a strong gust here or there. And still monitoring 51 mile per hour gusts in San Antonio. It is certainly breezy down there. Wow. Do we have any more questions? Like I said, I know we're streaming on multiple platforms here, but I do want to make sure that I'm answering as many questions as possible. At least in the Facebook Live is where I'm getting all the questions from that I'm discussing this evening. Okay, you guys, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go take a quick break and also get things set up for our cut-in that's going to be going on KVUE. As I mentioned, we're doing them every half an hour to update those who are tuning in on air for our updates. I'm going to leave the radar up for a little bit, and I'm going to be hopping back on to give you an updated look. Once again, I'm continuing to monitor the National Weather Service chat in regards to any updates that they're giving on the storms or any storm damage. As I've mentioned, the main things that I'm seeing right now are reports of wind damage and also quite a few power outages, most likely due to the strong winds. So we'll continue to monitor that for you, and I will have an update on KVUE in the next 8 or 9 minutes, and then I'll also be hopping back up on here over the next little bit just to give you an update on our social media streams as well. Okay, so stay with us, and I'll be back in just a little bit. Okay, hello everyone, I am back. For those of you that are tuning into the social media stream of the Doppler radar, as I was just mentioning on air, we are seeing these storms quickly exiting out towards our coastal plain communities and even further out to the east and southeast as we go throughout the next several hours. I foresee it really exiting the severe stuff anyway, exiting central Texas within probably the next hour or two, which is great news. What's even better is the fact that we're still seeing some light to moderate rain behind the strong band of storms, which means we're only adding to our rainfall totals. I'm seeing some clearing out there in the hill country, so those of you out in Mason and in Fredericksburg, conditions calming down significantly, which once again, just good news for us here. I am going to now have this stream shifted to more of a radar loop. This loop will not have any audio and I won't be talking over it. I'm still going to be here in the Weather Center, hopping onto KVUE every half an hour until meteorologist Hunter Williams gets in here, which will be shortly. But I will continue to monitor the storms and also provide updates on my social media platforms. So for those of you out there in our coastal plain communities, I'm still here for all of you, and I'm going to continue to provide updates. You can follow my Facebook page, which is Shane Hinton. It's a meteorologist Facebook page, or you can follow along on my Twitter, which is @MakeItRainShane. Okay, until then, I hope everyone has a wonderful evening. Please stay safe out there and stay weather aware. And we're going to get through this line of storms together, you guys. I'll see you very soon.